All right, that's my buddy Tracy Slayton. I think he played every one of those instruments by himself. Welcome back. Today we're still following what is a very major hurricane coming across and moving into western sections of Florida. Today, I got a little bit of voice. I don't have a lot, but if I can help out in any way, that's why I'm on here. I'm not looking for 1 million viewers because I like my privacy. And but I would like to help anybody that's out there that you can send me a Facebook message or whatever the case may be. I think I'm on Facebook. If I am, if you'd tell me, I'd certainly appreciate it. But let's immediately go with where we are and what we know. And at the moment, we're just going to do that straight from looking at a couple of things here. Moreover, I think what we're talking about is where this hurricane is at the moment. It's still a strong hurricane that's moving to the east. It's doing so at a more rapid pace now overall. I'll show it to you here on the iPad as we take a look at it. I'll let you take a look at it with me. This is Milton now, and the latest, there's actually an update that just came in a few moments ago at 3 p.m. That's going to be Eastern time. Multiple tornado warnings. That's the other part of this, and it's the part that really is suspect to me. Not suspect, but it's the part that's very difficult for me when you start looking at this, because SPC doesn't pick up on it. There was a slight risk again today, and they don't seem to really pick up on hurricanes very much when it comes to watching out for these things. But I think we have 17. We're going to look at the radar in just a couple of minutes. There were 17 tornado warnings into the Florida Peninsula in just a few moments ago, and they're coming in from spouts. Some of them are spouts, some of them are already generated. But right now, here's where we stand with a hurricane, and that's going to be about 110 miles now to the west of Fort Myers, Florida. We're going to go through a radar analysis of this in just a couple of minutes, and certainly we'll have everything when it comes to that, when it comes to, how far it is offshore and everything, because it's getting closer and closer because of this, because of the rapidly developing move to the northeast. It's 16 miles per hour now, we're being told, 16 miles per hour with barometric pressure that keeps coming up. Now, I talked about this a couple of days ago, how we really felt like this was going to weaken before coming on shore. I did. Felt like it was going to weaken pretty rapidly, and we're seeing it getting enveloped by a southwesterly stream that's moving northeastward and really starting to eat this thing up just a little bit. But that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center, is that we've got 27.99 inches of mercury, 948 millibars. Winds are at 130, about 120 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. Where is it going? I know that's the big question overall, and certainly something that, we want to answer for you. And as we look at it right now, we got just multiple tornado warnings all over the state of Florida. We got the eye of the hurricane swiftly approaching Bradenton, Florida at the moment. And that's an eye that is really deteriorated. It's been sheared tremendously over the past while, and now it is wide open down at the bottom. And by this, we mean we no longer have symmetry. I've talked about this for days and days, about how much symmetry there was, about how this was going to, really more or less take effect and show you that a lot of this was going to be low pressure coming in that was of a different kind of phenomena. By that, I mean it's got a cool front down on the bottom side of this. This is now opened up, and we've got a front like this, and this is just a low pressure center. And it's a baroclinic situation, meaning that it's going to start deriving its energy from temperature differences instead of out of the water. And so that's a whole different animal, and that's why with the dry air that got into this thing, look at the multitude of tornado warnings that we presently have in this thing as it's moving, like I said, moving on to the east and coming on shore with a vengeance. And that's for the next couple of hours here, that's going to be the big story, is tornado warnings that we have that'll start accumulating as we go through time, specifically there in the eastern sections of the state of Florida, like we've been talking about. So that's what we got right now. There's the big picture overall. I could go up and down and talk about tornado warnings. I could give you all the specifics, but I'd rather you look at it yourself. Anybody on the eastern side of the state, down to Port St. Lucie, you got Palm City there, you got the Indian River Estates, Okeechobee, Tornadoes that have already been seen now. There have been many reports, emergency management reporting several tornadoes here and there by the public from time to time. A large tornado near Brighton was reported, Yeehaw Junction. A large tornado there to the southwest at about 3 miles. These are more typical of tornadoes that come in from cold fronts off to the north, and that's because there's dry air slipping in here. That's another formula for severe weather. So turned into it's still the same thing. We still got some really high winds that'll be coming in. We've been looking at them off and on already through the day, and we'll look at some of the camera work in just a few moments and talk about that too. And just to get a sense of what is happening from the northern sections of the state of Florida on, and I can show you right now. This is Panama. In that direction. It is not coming to Panama City. It's not coming to the Panhandle. In fact, over the past 24 hours, we've seen a huge influx of evacuees making their way into Panama City. As I understand it right now, really, we don't have too many are here. And the conditions are still very favorable for more tornadoes to occur roughly in that area over to Sebring and beyond. You can see throughout this area, that's where most of those tornado warnings are going to be for the rest of this afternoon, and still looking at that being the likelihood, the possibility, and where the risk is going to go through, like I said, the remainder of the day today. And we just want to keep that in mind as well. Several of the cameras that we've got. Now, this is, Brett put these out a little bit earlier. This is Sarasota, Florida. A camera that he put out, which is a surge camera to show you. Well, there's two things. You can see that there's quite a bit of wind that is still blowing there to Sarasota. But this is also an area there that is susceptible to seeing some surge as this all comes in. Sarasota down to the south of Venice is where the likely largest surge is going to take place. But if you look at it right now, all people are off the roadways. Conditions do look like they're at least minimal for the moment. This is Bradenton. This is down into Bradenton where a marina there, I believe, and watching the water go up a little bit. These are sailboats off into the distance. You can see those two that are shaking just a little bit as well. And into Inglewood, we're watching the Inglewood camera where we got quite a bit of water beginning to show up, but really nothing in excess at the moment. It's all beginning to just now happen there as the eye gets a little bit further and further to the north across these areas and should take over going through the rest of the day today. Pretty much what we'll be looking like. So we're watching several cameras. All the cameras here that I have above my head, we'll be looking at those. We'll be talking about those as we move along through time and about how they will affect each of these communities that you see above me, and just kind of following those cameras. Brett's putting out a couple more even as we speak there in the western side of Florida, and kind of looking at all those situations as we move along. Here's the radar once again. There's the low pressure, the axial center low pressure that's moving across the northern eastern sections of the Gulf of Mexico. A couple of things you can see if you look into the eye now. Let me stop it here for a moment, but there's a lot of lightning that's ongoing in the northern fringes of this eye wall, this very ragged eye wall that has been so concentric and so full of itself, overachieving over the past 3 or 4 days. But as you see right now, we still have everything is looking into the area. We still have plenty of that moisture moving on. I'm going to be silent for just a moment. I understand my sound's going out with some of the cameras, and I think I know why, because we did not add a microphone to those. But in order to speak, I don't think we added a microphone. Let me add a microphone to each one of these. Paste. One more. Paste. Let me go to the camera, and you tell me. I'm going to go to this Bradenton camera, and let me know if it's still working at this point. And I think I now have a microphone. I think I see it going up. I actually think I see 2 microphones going up. Let me do that. Anyway, let me know what's going on there. It's going to be a long haul here, and I'm actually running everything myself this afternoon. Both of my folks who normally help, directors who normally help, are super busy at this point, and understandably so. So, again, as we go along here through the next couple of hours, that's the wrong deal there. I just got to get a couple of things straight here. I apologize, and I'll figure those out. That's going to be that. Let me copy that. Paste that into there. Do you talk to yourself when you're working? Boy, I do. And I got to get rid of that one. I cannot believe I actually did that by myself. Well, you haven't yet, smarty pants. Now you can. One sec, I just got to adjust something really quickly here. I actually haven't used this program in a long, long time. Y'all talk amongst yourselves for just a minute. Okay, and a little bit of that. And a lot of that. How about that? I don't know if you can hear me, but that's a little bit different look. That's, again, just showing you my iPad, what I'm looking at, and when I start talking about stuff, it'd be nice to be able to see it and talk about it as well. Now, here we are. Let's get into the particulars, because now we've got a fix. Now we've got the radar that's there, and it gives us a fix at what's happening. And so we're about 80 miles from St. Petersburg. Just Palm Harbor here, Spring Hill. We're right there into the area. We're about 120 miles from Lakeland, Florida. When you look at the eye of the hurricane, the village is off to the north there as well. But Tampa's right in the middle of all that. Tampa Bay is also. So we're right now sitting at about, 80 miles from Tampa Bay. We're moving almost 20 miles an hour now. So you're looking at the center of the storm coming into Tampa, or at least the effects coming into Tampa in the next 4 hours, or coming into somewhere over the next 4 hours. Let's do this. I want to put it into motion, and we'll go back in time and see how much motion I've got here. I got 50 frames, so we got quite a bit. Put it into motion, and we'll take a look here where we started and where it is kind of moving. I don't think it's moving it. So, first of all, here's what's happening. You can just see it on the radar, is that a new eye wall structure. There was one right there. There was an eye wall and an eye right there, and now a new structure is taking place. Notice the one that was on the outside. That's going to be the new eye wall. That'll be the new eye wall coming in here in just a few moments. So it's trying to restructure itself. Actually looks like it's trying to wrap back around again. Not a lot of time to do that. At least we hope not. The other thing about this is, the other really good news about this is this huge gap that has opened up through here, and the influx of dry air that's coming into this. Now, two things about that. There's I guess a good side, and then there's also a bad side to this. And the bad side is that it's producing tornadoes there, right along the eastern side of the state of Florida, producing tornadoes. And so, really, from Orlando down, we've already got a line of tornadoes that are being produced up and down the line there, and that's going to be continuing throughout the rest of the afternoon. There's no reason for that to go away. And these are not your small tornadoes. These are large tornadoes that are occurring. I've seen some videos of those over the past little while, but with the large tornadoes into the area, that's going to be a pretty big deal there. They're in both locations. So still looking at a landfall in about 4 hours. Landfall doesn't matter. Right now is what matters, because right now the outer bands are coming on shore. Bradenton down into the Gulf Gate Estates, Laurel, Northport. These outer bands, these are the ones that are going to produce the highest winds. So we'll start to see this Bradenton camera. We'll really see that pick up here in the next 15 minutes, because the first outer band is going to be coming in. And then here's another one. And then this is the one that may produce over 100 mile per hour winds a little bit later on. And, you know, this was going to be a late night coming on shore, a late night thing. It's not anymore. I think a lot of this will come in during the light of day, which is somewhat better off, at least from a safety point of view. It is better off for the folks who will be out and about in this. Satellite imagery through the day today has been, kind of crazy. During the day, we've seen it pick up and show the eye of the hurricane coming and moving across the area there south and west of Marco Island, but coming northeastward, and in its wake today, producing everything that you see as far as the tornadoes go off to the east. It's a little bit better image, but if you put this into motion, you can see there's no visible eye. But there are thunderstorms blowing up. You can see the last ones there, the last few images, they've got sort of a thickness around them here. That's a little bit of a shadowing effect coming in from the sun, but telling you that there's height there, and we don't need it. We don't need an open eye to show up again, because that would really show us that we've got quite a bit of energy there. But a remarkable scene nonetheless. We've watched the evolution of this hurricane in the last 4 days, really, go from being the most perfect it could possibly be. It's going to be up there in the top 5, I think, in some of the records that have been set. But we've also looked at it kind of reach a phase here where there's just a lot of dry air trying to sneak into this and kill it. And thank goodness. The thing about this is, with a boundary to the north, and you have winds coming in out of the southwest that are shearing this off, that are knocking the tops off. The winds coming in out of the southwest, and that's just a killer for it. That's a reason why it's not overachieving again this afternoon. But right here at the last, it looks like some of these thunderstorms are popping up and trying to make a little bit of a comeback. It's somewhat guarded, as you can see, too. By that, I mean it's got its own little defenses against that dry air, somewhat there, protecting it from seeing too much of the dry air as it comes on shore. These are the tornado warnings. I mean, they're up and down the line. In fact, I probably should give you a list of the warnings. That would be easier to go through. It's Martin and St. Lucie. It's the Indian River and St. Lucie counties. It's Palm Beach County, Orange and Osceola County, Brevard, Martin, St. Lucie, Okeechobee. Flash flood warnings for St. Johns County, Clay, Flagler, Putnam counties. You're under flash flood warnings also. In the Pinellas, it's Hardy, Highlands, Hillsborough, Manatee, Polk counties. And these are flash flood warnings that are already occurring due to the very high rain count that's coming in. I mean, the quality of the rain, it's really a high rate, and just causing tremendous rainfall there across most all of that. And I think I can show you some of the, let me see. Well, there again is the very heavy rainfall, and it extends all the way to the north across the northern portions of the Panhandle. Doesn't, again, get into Panama City. You've seen this happen before where, sadly, uh, a hurricane goes by and somebody else benefits from that, from not really benefits, but sees the other side of the effects, which are going to be a north wind that comes around the low pressure. This is low pressure, so there's a counterclockwise motion, and so there'll be a northerly flow and some amazing weather here into the Panhandle from Orange Beach, some of those areas. I'm guessing there are going to be quite a bit of evacuees headed in that direction as well, or into South Georgia, southern Alabama. I've heard a lot of people talk about opening their doors up to allow people to come in. But here's where we are at the moment. Here's where we stand at the moment with the hurricane getting closer and closer. We can look at it now and have great detail. As far as radar goes, the center of the storm is about 60 miles away from Bradenton, St. Petersburg, and Tampa, about 100 miles away. If we look at a motion again, and you can do this as well as I can, it doesn't take brain surgery to look and see it is drifting off now to the northeast. I don't see a super fast pace, as it was saying a little earlier, but it does look like there's still a drift there. Tremendous dynamics now to the east of the storm that are set up to give this thing the chance, the opportunity to to do what it's doing, from Palm Bay back over to Fort Pierce, all the way down to West Palm Beach and beyond. And then you got your storms down here a little bit further that are already occurring just to the west of Fort Hollywood and North Miami Beach. And these are also spinning. These are also producing the likelihood of tornadoes here very shortly in all of these areas. I think that's going to be for certain. These rainfall rates are crazy now. You get underneath one of these and check it out. The rate is going to be 4 to 5 inches per hour coming down. That's underneath each and every one of these thunderstorms. These rates are going to be super ridiculous as we move along. And with the rate, let's see, 1 hour precipitation totals, they're nutty too. And from the radar, you can see 2-3 inches per hour in a few of these areas and beyond. And if you go down further to the south and west, see over to Lakeland, there's a 2-3 inch total there too. Just some of the information that you can get here. But composite-wise, there's the big swath of precipitation, the big swath of rain, and the center of the hurricane is sitting right about there also. I can show you, again, we'll go over here to Bradenton. And there's quite a bit of heavy rain. This is an area that's going to deteriorate fast here in the next few moments. I wish we had some sound. Brett and I were talking about putting microphones up. I'd love to hear what's basically happening there. But you can sort of see what's happening there too. There are going to be internet problems no matter where you go, especially there. There will be internet problems that will intercept this from time to time. But I apologize for that. My internet's gone out here in Panama City because I'm sure the influx of people, it's crazy. It's like spring break. The amount of people who are along the beaches here in Northwest Florida too. But folks are trying to help other folks out with the situation, and so that's kind of what's happening. As it all looks like at this point, it's pretty much status quo where this thing is headed. I'm going to take one moment here because I got to get some more pictures for you. I want to show you some of the other stuff that's happening, some of the other pictures that are out there. And give me 1 second in order to do that. Hold on. I want to talk about this too, because oftentimes we talk about Zulu time. All this information is coming out in Z time, uh, where the international, where time actually, military time begins, is over in Greenwich, England. Greenwich, England. I still probably didn't say it right. But over there, it's actually 1947. Our local time here is 2:47. We're on Central Time where I am, but it's actually in military time. It is 1947. So we're approaching. We'll be approaching a new day, and a lot of the information, all of the modeling, always begins at that 0Z hour again when a new day starts in Greenwich, Greenwich, England. It's gonna be a long day. So that's I just wanted to show you what Zulu time is because we'll be looking at that off and on throughout the next little while. Zulu time, and we'll be talking about that. Again, here's the big picture. Here's the satellite image of the storm as it is coming and approaching very quickly now to the state of Florida, just offshore. Maybe a little bit more organization over the past few minutes. Right there, you can see just south and west of Bradenton, Florida. Flood warnings, tornado warnings. Dogs and cats are living together. At this point, everything is possible. It's mayhem out there, especially on the western side of the state of Florida, where people are, I don't want to use the word hunker down. I think a lot of people left, but a lot of people on the eastern side didn't feel like they needed to leave. And now there are just a multitude of tornado warnings up and down the line, just north of Miami, or Fort Lauderdale, Boca, and West Palm Beach. Tornadoes that are just outside the door there at the Weather Nation studios there in West Palm Beach and Palm Bay. And I think there are now 17 tornado warnings as of just a few moments ago that are taking place there. And a lot of people are, blindsided by that. They didn't really know for sure that was going to happen. I think a lot of people are going to look back and wonder, how did that happen actually? But it did, and for the moment, that's where the warnings are, and we'll get back into that in just a couple of minutes. But as you see right now, looking at all those cameras that are out and about, I got them behind me right here, but I got quite a few more that we'll be looking at off and on. The Sarasota, Florida camera, I don't really have tremendous wind speeds here just yet, but they'll start picking up, and we'll start looking at those because they do have data on some of these cameras that we'll be looking at as we roll along. There'll be data there that indicates to us, just how strong the winds are. Brent has a site here that we can look at in just a couple of minutes is overloaded. The site has been during the day today, so it's having some difficulties, and rightfully so. Uh, Let me see. I think I can show this to you if it'll pop up. Just the network is so crazily overloaded. Some of this stuff isn't working on this one particular site. Where's this going to be? I don't know, but it isn't going to work, so I'm just not going to show it. This one camera, and the only way we are able to see it actually is that I got the back way into this whole thing, but it's the Sarasota, Florida camera. So as we look at this at the moment, that's pretty much what we're looking at, and we'll be doing so here in the next little while. So I gotta keep watching that for you, and we'll keep you up to date on what's happening there. Give me 1 second. Got a phone call I got to take, and I'll get back with you. Hold on just one moment. All right, let's get back at it here. That's the Sarasota, Florida camera there that you're looking at. I was just talking to a good buddy of mine. Sarasota, Florida is in the line here. And if we look at the radar, and we're going to do that because I'm going to show it to you right now, the radar imagery. This is coming in live at you, and we've got really an eye wall here that's beginning to show up very, very well. And if you've seen this before, and you probably have, because many of you are from my Facebook page, at least 8 or 10 of you are, and the several hundred that we have on YouTube at the moment. And I appreciate you sitting through the dead air. We're going to be checking in with Brett in just a few moments. We'll get some word from him. But also what we're looking at here is just down to the south now. The eye wall is getting closer and closer, coming closer and closer to the coastline. Sarasota, you're going to be in the eye. There's no way around it at this point. The Sarasota-Bradenton area, right there, going to be in the eye of the hurricane as it comes on further and further to the coast. And we're literally only hours away from that happening. There was a thought yesterday this is going to be after a midnight event. It is not. This is going to be an event right now that's coming onshore in the next few hours. And the feeder band that you see right now, one of the feeder bands that we're looking at, is truly just offshore. We'll go to the Tampa Bay radar, KTBW, and we'll look at it. And as far as the impression goes, my first impression, I went, wow, it's eroded away a little bit more down to the south. And this was something that we were kind of looking at too. We knew momentum was going to be one thing. The storm was over 200 miles per hour, and you can't stop a storm immediately without a bomb. And yes, some of you have written me about the need for a bomb. That is pretty much just ridiculous. I've heard so many conspiracy theories, by the way. I got dozens of emails from people who have conspiracy theories about this hurricane. I don't know why, because we have them each and every hurricane season. And I'm not really sure why one would be any different this time around. But go ahead if you need to. And we're just going to go with the actual science, though, here that tells me it's hurricane season, so that's the case. But look at it here on the graph, and I want to show you. The bottom part is open. Now, that is not what a hurricane wants to be. A hurricane wants to be totally symmetrical. If you drew a line through it, let's just do it. If we draw a line through it right here, there's the center point. So we draw a line north-south. We draw a line west-east. What a hurricane wants to be, or is really in need of, to be a 200-mile-per-hour storm, is that this side is equal to this side and mirrors this side and this side. The quadrants should all be in place. That's not the case here. We're looking at an open eye wall, and now the transition from a tropical situation into a subtropical situation, an extratropical storm is what you're looking at. This now appears to be a low pressure, like you'd see a mid-latitude cyclone. This is a low pressure sitting right there just to the west of Cape Coral with a low pressure, and an adjacent cold front down to the south. So now this is driven by no longer the ocean water, although some of the content is, but we call this now a baroclinic zone, meaning that the difference in temperature between what's behind the system, what's ahead of the system, the difference in that temperature is now driving this energy, and due to that, it drove it to the east and produced tornadoes today. And right there they are. They are lined up, flying from the south. I was just talking to a friend of mine down here at the Weather Nation offices. The new offices in West Palm Beach. They're watching there. Boynton Beach back over to Boca. Been fishing here many times before. I caught my first tarpon down here just off Fort Lauderdale many years ago. And this is an area there. And I caught bluegill at Lake Okeechobee too. So let's look down into this region. We go to the MLB, that's the Melbourne radar. We'll go to the Miami radar here in a minute too. Actually, let's just do that because I want to show you how rapidly these things are developing from south to north. And that's because now there's a frontal boundary over there that looks a lot like one that would be in the continental United States or over land. This is being driven by a little bit of heat from the day and just tremendous amounts of energy aloft is what you're looking at. Instability aloft, and look at this stuff blowing up. Now, is that going to get further and further to the east? Quite possibly, and likely it is. Port St. Lucie getting pounded up here with tornado warning after tornado warning. West Palm Beach, you've had them to the west of you for a while, west of I-95, but they'll be coming in a little bit further to the east with each and every run. And right now there is a tornado warning just to the west of Coral Springs. Down here, you got a tornado a warning indicated by the radar into Broward and Palm counties. National Weather Service issuing this just a few moments ago. It goes until 4:30 Eastern Time now. It's at the intersection of I-75 and US 27. We're about 10 miles to the northwest of Sunrise, Florida. Look out. That thing's got all the shape and size and velocity and everything else going with it. There's your inbound and your outbound. The radar sees two different colors, red and green. Green meaning like pretend you're at a red light. Green means it's going in one direction. Red means it's going away from the radar site. So you've got inbound and outbound right there, and thus a tornado warning. The National Weather Service office, I cannot imagine the pressure. Now, I think everybody's loaded. I think every National Weather Service office that's responsible up and down the line is loaded, but I can't imagine each person has to be assigned a cell because they watched them pop up, and they rapidly do this, and then that quickly they go away. Sometimes, it takes 6 minutes for the radar sweep because it goes around. The radar sweep goes around and around, and it goes up 16 different levels, but it takes 6 minutes for that to happen and to drop back down and do it again. Actually, in this case, they're probably doing what is called a smaller scan here that goes back and forth and back and forth. It doesn't make the full revolution because it doesn't need to. It needs to be following these storms. But the one we have right now is not too far away from West Palm Beach, working their way northward, and I do think these will be working eastward as well as we go through the rest of the afternoon. So that actual track that's been there through the day today, as the storm gets closer and comes on shore, this is going to be an area along the I-95 corridor up and down the line that will be suspect to getting these rapidly developing tornadoes. So got to be watching out over there, Delray Beach down to Boca, into the Fort Lauderdale region too. But northward we go into Port St. Lucie, and oh my gosh, look at all these tornado warnings here that are taking place. These are a multitude of tornado warnings up and down the line. Fort Pierce, Yeehaw Junction is underneath a tornado warning at the moment. Several of these that have been reported have been reported as being large through the day today. Not your small tropical tornadoes, but very large tornadoes that have been occurring off and on through the day. And the whole thing is just as a result of this low pressure opening up. What was a very well-defined hurricane 24 hours ago is no longer that. Now, I'll tell you what, well, come with me. Let's go to my iPad and let's take a look and listen. Let's go to the SPC. Well, actually, I want to go to National Hurricane Center. NHC. It was right there in front of my face the whole time. NHC. Let's go there and let's read a little bit of information about this. And I want to, again, there's a new update. So at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, they're still discussing the fact tornadoes are just incredible here. A recent wind gust of 68 miles per hour was reported at Fort Myers Beach. That's to the south of Tampa. 68 at Fort Myers Beach. Wind speed has now come down to 125, they're saying. Gosh, if it could just keep falling. And it's going to keep falling, but is it going to fall fast enough to really, help the situation out that much? It's filling in, and by that I mean the barometric pressure is filling in. 950 millibars is where it currently stands, 950. And it's moving at 17 miles per hour to the north and northeast. 17 miles per hour is what we've got. There's going to be some flash flooding. Full package coming out at 5 p.m. They tell us Eastern Time, 4 o'clock Central Time. There'll be a full package coming in from NHC. But it is good to know that that is what they're currently thinking. And if it's not too populated, here we go. We're going to take a look into the storm. And this is what they've been seeing over the past few minutes. When they were following the storm northward and eastward, they had 932 millibars early. What does that mean? Again, I know we're throwing out these barometric pressures, and I don't even really know what they are, what the barometric pressure is in inches of mercury anymore. I don't relate to that. I'm sorry, but I went metric back 40 years ago when I went to college, and these are all going to be in the millibar range. Just know this. 1,013 millibars is standard barometric pressure. 1,013. The strongest of hurricanes, like we saw this one a little bit earlier, down to 900 millibars. 1988, I was working for a television station down in Tallahassee, Florida in 1988. No, I wasn't. I'd already gone to Chattanooga, excuse me, 1988. I was the chief meteorologist in Chattanooga for the CBS affiliate there, and there was a hurricane called Gilbert in 88 that came across the Caribbean, was working its way westward. It already had achieved the lowest barometric pressure at the time in the Atlantic, and so I knew I had to be a part of it. I know it's a geek, silly thing to do, but I talked my news director into letting me go. He said, as long as you do live reports for all the CBS affiliates in the country, and I kind of did. I drove down. I had a Ford Ranger pickup truck, and I drove down with a 5-speed, and nobody else knew how. Anybody I picked up, they were like, what's that? And kids today don't know what that is either, a clutch. But went all the way down. John Hope was the hurricane guy at the Weather Channel at that time. John Hope, dear man, and passed away a while back. But John was their hurricane guy, and John was giving us advice about where to go. And we started out in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And then the forecast came out that it was to move over to New Orleans. And then we came out and we were over into Houston, Texas. And before it was over with, I went to a place called Matamoros, Mexico. And I met Hurricane Gilbert as it came ashore. It was a 70-mile-per-hour hurricane. That's because they can't maintain that thing that happened yesterday. And I cautioned everybody yesterday that we were looking at the superlatives of everything known to man when it comes to a hurricane yesterday. But that wasn't very likely to be a continuation. So we're seeing now the effects of it shot everything that it had. It used it all yesterday. And now we're seeing the effects of the wear and tear of that as it comes on shore. But the deepening low pressure center, now 948 millibars, I think was the very last reading that they had. 948, I see 940. Yeah, 948 if I look at the data here. And I'm sorry, it's raw data. I'm looking at it at the same time you are. This is a pretty good idea of what's happening. This is in the graph here that shows where the dip is. And there's the 945 mark. That the red line, that's where they flew into the hurricane. Right here's where they're flying in. Here's where it bottoms out, and here's where it goes back up when they fly through the eye. They did it again a little while later at 1955 Z, which was really 26 minutes ago. 1955 Zulu time, 20 minutes ago, and they achieved the same thing. Barometric pressure, there was about 946, 947, but a peak wind gust of up to 85 miles per hour. That's way down. The peak wind gust that they had at flight level there at 1855 was well over 115 miles per hour. So it has fallen in this, and I hope that's an indication of something that will continue, is falling wind speeds. 80, 90 miles per hour on the coastline. A lot of times you can handle that. Some of the severe thunderstorms that come on shore the afternoon produce 70, 80 mile per hour winds. And so survival of the fittest says a lot of stuff does okay in that. It's when you get to the 120, 130, or you get to houses that are, kind of old, and that's when they really become, more and more susceptible, we'll say, to that sort of thing. But as you look at it right now, that's what we have as far as that goes. Satellite imagery, we'll take another look at it. And there's a little bit of a comeback trying to happen here, but it doesn't look exactly like that is going to happen. A couple of other cameras, that deal is down, but the wind speed's now at 17 miles per hour. I don't know if you can see that. I'll zoom in. This is the actual live wind speed. If I do that, you can see it. Live wind speed at the Sarasota camera there. Wind speed of 6, 7, but we've had some gusts that are much, much higher than that have popped up on occasion. I saw a gust there of 32 a little bit earlier. But in between these rain bands, now the wind speed does seem to come down just a little bit. Wind is out of the east, and it looks like it's out of the due east. And if the actual wind information is correct, that would mean the low pressure is down to the south. Many, many times when I was on television, I talked to you about this too. And this is just a simple thing that you can do. If the wind is at your back, there's 16 miles per hour. It's going up just a little bit. If the wind is at your back, put your left hand out, and low pressure lies in that direction. So an east wind, if it's a true east wind, if it's actually from east to west, then the low pressure is down to the south. And you see the wind changed to the southeast a little bit there. Well, that's pretty important and key, and certainly something that, oh, please come up. Well, it doesn't have to come up. Let me do this. I can show you the live camera because I got the back end feed. I'm sorry. The one that's going over the internet sometimes does not work, but I have the back end feed here, and you can see it's super gusty there. There's right now we've got the band that's coming in, and the banding feature that's coming into Sarasota, and as a result, the wind speeds are really beginning to kick up. You can see them there. Watch the waves coming down, the heavy rain that's coming down, the waves that come up the roadway there, and then the palm trees off into the distance that are swaying. Don't have any kind of, loblolly pines down here like you have up a little bit further to the north in South Georgia and South Alabama. These palm trees can handle quite a bit of wind, and quite a bit of rain is falling there too. But the eye is getting ever so close now to Bradenton, the center of the storm, the eye of the hurricane. Very, very easy for us to see and project. There it is in Bradenton over to St. Petersburg, 60 miles away, and moving at a speed of about 20 now, we'll say. So you're looking at 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours before the actual eye comes ashore. But really the story is from here on out. The eye is calm. So the story is from here on out, but maybe the bigger story at the moment is what's happening into East Florida, eastern sections of the state of Florida, where it appears all hell is breaking loose. On the I-95 corridor, it's not pretty at all. We've got multiple tornado warnings that are continuing here on the eastern side of the state. They run along a track, if you will. It's pretty much a track according to... No, don't do that, Dave. It's a track like this. I mean, they're just repeating. They're very repetitive over and over again. 20 tornado warnings at the moment. There are 20 of them up and down the I-95 corridor. And this may be the largest story so far of the moment until the center of the hurricane comes on shore. These are not small tornadoes. Some of these are fairly large. I've seen on social media some of the videos coming in, and these are large tornadoes that have occurred. Train spotter reporting a tornado touchdown on US 192 near Deer Park and Holy Paul. Further south than that, over to Fort Pierce and Yeehaw Junction, tornado warning there. Indian Shores, Vero Beach. We got water there. I think that's going to be, another report of water. But just north of Hobie Sound, I got a tornado warning there earlier that produced a tornado. I think damage there on US 1. Bent power poles, business signs destroyed, and some structural damage. That's on 1, US 1, that goes down into Key West. If you've ever taken that trip from Miami-Dade, you can go down to on 1 all the way down through the Keys. That's that US highway right there. Over to Juno Beach. Got a new storm there in Juno Beach. 2 tornado warnings now south and west of West Palm Beach. There's the one. Radar indicated tornado warning there. For Palm Beach, and the same just off to the west, another cell there, Palm Beach County, with another storm capable of producing a tornado on that side. And when I say storm this time, I mean storm. These are storms that are occurring. There's a lot of lightning indicated with them. And so shall that be. I think we can look. Let me see if I can quickly do this, though. We'll look at a satellite image. And again, just the erosion on the western side of this thing has been tremendous. This is dry air coming in this direction, and that dry air is just eating the western side of the storm away, the actual center of the storm. Kind of hard to discern if you're just looking at satellite alone. Wobbling around there. No longer is it a clear eye that you can see from a long way off. This is, do it like this. That is not what I wanted to see. How about this one? This is a true image from above, looking down 22,532 miles up into space, and you're looking down at the hurricane. Again, no longer a very cute, discernible eye that was 10 miles wide and super strong. It is all filled in here. You got a tower of thunderstorms that are all the way around the thing, and that's still makes it pretty capable of doing what it's doing. Low level energy there, high level water vapor coming in here as you look at the package, which is still pretty much the same. And let me see if I can even find something that might show the center of the storm, the eye of the storm any longer. And I don't even have anything that does that, I don't think, in this list in particular. Where's a short wave? Let's see, a clean long wave. Let me see if my shortwave window has anything. Very little. Very little. But I do see there are some thunderstorms trying to form again around it. So, yeah, there's some blossoming thunderstorms. Look at this. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tornado warnings there up and down the line. Right up to I-95 coming at you from south to north. Some of these, again, let me find one here because I think they're moving it. Don't do that. Let's do that right there. 66 miles an hour. This one west of Port St. Lucie is moving. How fast? 40 miles an hour. I think they're doing more than that. What do we got here? 45 miles an hour to the north. They're coming back around the other side, though, but still moving really, really fast at 25 and beyond. And you got tremendous rain falling here with some of the flash flood warnings and watches that are occurring. They go all the way to the west, obviously, and as the rain really picks up in earnest across these areas, we're going to have flash flood warnings that'll pop up there, also moving along. So pretty big deal overall when you look across the state of Florida. We have, I'm here in Panama City, Florida, by the way. Really quiet area normally this time of the year. Quiet enough to where I actually went out and I did karaoke last night with a couple of friends. I had to get away for a little bit. And I went to Pineapple Willie's. You familiar with Pineapple Willie's? Who isn't? Pineapple Willie's down here. Uncle Ernie's Pineapple Willie's Runaway. I run the circuit during the week. But it was full. The Anchor. It was full of people. And I actually had a microphone last night, so I asked for a raise of hands of how many people were evacuees, and it was overwhelming. Probably 60% of the people, 70%, I do percentages, I'm a weather guy. 60 to 70% of the people there were evacuees, and, they're trying to have a decent time and have an hour or two to not think about what was about to happen. But many of them were from Tampa, and I did have a little bit of information for them to tell them I thought the actual center might go south of there. I still think that's very possible that the center is south of Tampa, which would mean an easterly wind, not a southwesterly wind, an easterly wind, which would actually push water back in the other direction. And we'll get a feeling now with the cameras as we move along. We'll start to see those cameras that we have actually down on the water. Let me find one. What do we got? Bradenton is down on the water. And check this out. This is Bradenton, Florida. And Bradenton is seeing, those are some really, really high winds there. I don't know if I can actually find out how high is with the data that we have. Let me see if I can find that on the HazCam site, the Bradenton, Florida camera. 108,000 people are watching this camera, by the way, somehow. The link is down, according to what I've got. But I know the wind is high there. Let me see. I think we can do this too. Wow. And once again, I'm here in Panama City Beach, Florida, and I've got really not that good internet at the moment. It's not very good at all. I can watch some of these cameras from people at home, and not their home cameras. That'd be creepy. I'm watching some of their weather stations from home. And let me show you. They've made them public, so we're going to look at them. Rain accumulation 4.37, and wind speed that says 4.3. That's going to be Siesta Key. Let's go a little further north up to Longboat Key and see what we can find. There's 19 miles per hour, 19 mile per hour gust, 15 mile per hour gust, 21 mile per hour gust, 19. So right here near Bradenton, we've got 15 to 20 mile per hour gust. We can handle that all day long, can't we? It's if the center of the storm comes over. I don't think the hurricane force winds are going out super far at the moment, but we're about to find out. The rain accumulation, most of these you can see is 411. I think you can see it's very tiny over there. I apologize for that. 411, and I can just hit a couple more of these and show you. These have come in showers. These are just a multitude of weather stations up and down the line. I have one of these weather stations. It's a Tempest. I really like it. And again, there's a 572. So pretty hefty amounts of rainfall so far. But again, I mean, 572 for somebody who lives in Denver, they're going like, what the? It's not that bad here in the sand. So currently, that's what we're looking at here at the moment. We'll be watching those stations as we go through the next while. Let me do this. Let's just do that right there. Yeah, we'll be watching these as we go through the next little while and keep you up to date on all of those. Not that it matters. Well, not that it matters. And let me just shove my face in there. This is my weather station here in Panama City, Florida. Some of the, it's gusty here, but feel really bad about the fact we just got beautiful weather. And the rest of the panhandle of Florida. And like I said, a lot of people are here who live down into central and southern Florida. A lot of people who are here are, with us and have come a long way. Let's see, this is Brett. Keep our fingers crossed that could be something that would happen. I was trying to find other things to impress you with, and I don't. This is a camera in Inglewood, and I still believe it is live. This is Inglewood, Florida. Live camera there. Really just a lot of rain. You're probably more likely to see a tornado out of this thing. This is Inglewood, which is just north of Minnesota Key. And wind speeds now have picked up a little bit. Whoever station this is, they have their wind in meters per second squared. More power to them. But I switched over, and that's 13.9 miles per hour. Looks like even the rain has let up a little bit there in Inglewood, but we'll, it's just going to pick up from time to time. It'll pick up in these situations and gust, as they Can't see because it's pretty far off, but that's the Inglewood camera. Look at the trees off into the distance, and whatever these are, I think those are lights there. I don't know how to zoom in on that. Maybe it would be cool if I could. You can see the palm trees. Now the wind's beginning to kick there pretty good. Got to watch the tops here. Look how fast these clouds are moving. And again, I think Brett is headed. I got a couple of cameras here for Brett, by the way. I'm going to make sure. Show you this one. This is Sarasota cam again. This. You can read it with me. This is the 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock actually, Central Time. And really, this is the discussion of tropical storm force winds spreading inland now, 68 miles per hour there at Fort Myers. This one's actually a little bit old, 100 miles south of Tampa, Florida. I think we're now about 85 miles south of Tampa, Florida. But there'll be a new 5 p.m. package that comes in just a few moments. Actually, we'll get some of that information in about the new package, the interactive cone, if you will, that again tells us where the track, at least into the short term, where they're still thinking the center comes in, is very, very close to being between Sarasota and Port Charlotte. Now, that's assuming there's a drift now, a little bit further down to the south and to the east. And I mentioned this to my friend on the phone a few minutes ago, and if this is our path now, if the center is truly doing that, then the wind is going to come in out of the northwest more with time. It's out of the east now, and it's really driving water out of Tampa Bay, I would assume. I haven't seen it yet. Love to get some confirmation on that. But the dynamics, fluid dynamics, as east wind there at most of those locations should be driving water out. We're also going to look at the tides here in just a few moments. But this is Port Charlotte, going up through Port Charlotte and beyond. Hurricane warnings there. Let me see if I can get rid of those hurricane warnings so you can see what I'm basically talking about. And storm surge watches. And now you can see through all that, and if that is the path of the storm to south of Sarasota, that's going to drive a lot of water into Port Charlotte. Pine Island, there's not a huge entrance there, but still, there's a lot of water going to go back into Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, Inglewood. We got cameras there. There are cameras, Sarasota. Sarasota Springs. But we'll be showing you those Sarasota cameras. Here it is right now, live. Sarasota. There are the three cameras, by the way, the three that we were looking at there a little earlier. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize. I'm directing them on today from my home here in Panama City, and not exactly doing a good job at it. My apologies. Can show you the camera over at Bradenton. Now this is the live. Force winds are out here. They're still pretty far away. The orange color, that's going to be where the hurricane force winds are. Tropical storm force winds go out a little bit further beyond this point. So that is the initial wind radii. That's not going to be right, so I won't show you that. But a track that then goes across Florida over to Palm Bay, south of Lakeland, some of the cities here along the path, the Everglades headwaters there, conservation area. A lot of water here. There'll be a lot of water here, winds here, and as you can see, it is still a hurricane on the west side, moving into Palm Bay. Still a hurricane at this point. 24 hours from now at 85 miles per hour. It should maintain some of those gusts to 85. I think we're talking about gusts here. I don't think we're talking about just a 85 mile per hour constant wind anymore. But we will soon see. Any minute now, there's going to be an update. The new update will come in, the new advisory, and it's a full package too, and we'll get a lot of information from it when it does. So, no quicker way to get it than over the internet, like I'm doing it right now. It's just as fast as you can get it. Brett's camera. Here's the information from a buoy just moments ago that is out there offshore at 3:26 Central Time, so 4:26. But so this was literally like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, excuse me. 12-foot waves now being reported offshore. The mean wave direction was from the north and east, but the wind direction a little bit different. Wind direction southeast, so we went northeast. Yeah, that doesn't tell us much there. Northeast, southwest wind. Didn't give us any wind information, and I don't know why that is. I thought that would give us some indication of the wind speed, but it does not. Really only lets us know about the wave height. The wave height has picked up here. You want to see the graph. The wave heights went from 2 up to 12 feet. It was 2 last night. Remember, 0 GMT. 12 GMT was this morning, 8 o'clock. That's when it started to build, and now it has built all the way up 10 feet higher since this morning. And that's some of the buoy data there coming in that's just offshore. But we do have some other data. This is going to be the Venice, Florida weather station that's out there. That's the weather station in Venice, Florida. And we can get up to the minute here. This is actually from 3 o'clock. There'll be a 4 o'clock coming out in just a few moments. But at 3 o'clock, 22 knots sustained wind with some gust up to 28, so 32. The pressure tendency falling rapidly. The barometric pressure is falling rapidly. We saw this, kind of in this graph the last time that we were looking at a hurricane. And that's the barometric pressure falling off there down to a point at this point. Well, these are tendencies, so it fell to a point of 29.20 and still falling. That's indicative of the eye of the hurricane getting closer and closer to you with time. But the metric readings on that are going to be 990 is the current barometric pressure, 990 millibars, and falling. But that's really just happened over the past 4 or 5 hours as the storm has really picked up. There's the dive in the graph from Venice, Florida. And Venice is, 95 miles away from the center of the storm. What else is there out there? There's no more buoys out there. I know that for a fact, but still may have some other stations out there that give information. 111 miles away is the Middle Tampa Bay. We're going to watch that closely, the Middle Tampa Bay. And this has truly changed. This is 418, so 318. Winds gusting to 45 knots, 50 miles an hour. Barometric pressure is falling pretty rapidly now. Wind is out of the east, meaning low pressure is to your south. And this is the barometric pressure, and watch it fall, and fall rapidly. All right, so we've gone around the horn here. We've looked at most of these cameras here. I think at the moment the Inglewood camera, we looked at that, but there's not really anything in the path of the, I mean, you can't see anything really on the Inglewood camera yet. There are some, you can see a few palm trees here into the distance. You can see well off into the distance. I need to pull this up on another source, and I think I can make that a little bit better. Sarasota camera, a lot of action there in the camera as a result of the fact that we're, looking at palm trees there and off into the distance there. Pretty wild looking overall. Let's see if I can show you. Exactly know where this camera is, but I'll try to show you a different view here. Go to the Inglewood camera this way, and I think it'll show you a little bit different view. If I zoom. And the other camera of note that's pretty interesting is the one over here in Sarasota. And we've been watching that one very closely too. Maybe some of the strongest gusts beginning to show up right now on the camera there in Sarasota. If I take it this way, I can show it to you a little bit better.